Refueling truck is on its way.
Alright, good morning you guys. Welcome to the stream. I'm Martin Wenzel. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. Hope you're having a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're at. Morning here. In real life, it's morning. 6:42 in the morning. Got some rain rolling through here in Milwaukee. But we're here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Real time in Hawaii is about 12:43 in the morning. But we flipped it around. I think I have it set to 11:43 in the morning. I have 11 hours ahead of real life. That way we can take off during the day. We should be able to land just as the sun is starting to descend and set in Tahiti, in French Polynesia. So that should be a good flight. Real life flight takes off about 3:30 in the afternoon. So we would have been a full-on night landing into French Polynesia, and that'd probably be pretty dark. There's not a lot to see because it's pretty much islands. If we were landing in LA or something, I would definitely go for the night landing. But since we're going to an island, I kind of want to land where we can see what's going on. So this is our World Tour flight, Microsoft Flight Simulator World Tour flight. What do we got? 230. We're flying from Honolulu, Hawaii, down to Papeete on the island of Tahiti in French Polynesia, which is actually part of France. Hey Josephine, hey BD, welcome in. BD does a flight from LA to Papeete every week. I'm assuming in the simulator. In one of the simulators. Let's get into our plane here. We're in the Headwind Airbus A339-900. A lot of other Deltas and Uniteds and Hawaiians. Even a Southwest hanging out over there. American I can see too. Here at the airport, all courtesy of Flight Simulator live traffic liveries. So I'm surprised about the amount of traffic here, because again, the live traffic, it's 12:45 in the morning, not 11:45 in the morning like we have it set. All right, we got tail number November 339 Hotel Alpha. I'm guessing that's just basically, well, it might be Hawaiian. Yeah, that might be a real one actually. I'm gonna say, is that just the Headwind one? We already called the fuel truck over. Let's get the jetway out so that we can actually get on the plane. The crew can get on the plane. Everyone get on. We'll probably... Yes, no? Jetway's not going to work today? Oh, come on. Don't tell me the jetway's not going to work. It worked when we landed.
Boarding requested.
Oh, why do my jetways not work? Oh, you can never get the jetway. You can never get everything to work together, I guess. Guess I should have just turned off the default jetways, and probably what I should do is just use the Lat VFR jetways for everything. Alright, well, we'll not worry about the visuals so much. Interesting right there. Never seen that orange one. Alright, so let's get our plane set up and get things rolling. Parking brake set, flaps and spoilers are retracted, engine master switches and ignition in the normal positions. We're in the idle position for our thrust. Getting up here, nose wheel steering, anti-skid on, landing gear down, wipers are off. We already did the battery switches, and we are connected to external power. Strobe lights, set to auto. Nav logo light, come on. Put the weight on 2. Ground control. Go up here, start getting these aligned. Do our tests.
Fuel truck is in position.
Alright, so for fuel we need... I just disappeared. connecting. Yeah, I don't know if we can use the fuel truck with the system built in to the... Yeah, it's waiting for us to connect. Sim brief, let's get it. 43,375, so... I'm not exactly sure how to do this now. Guess we just do the weights and balances. So you probably don't want to call over the fuel truck with the A330. I'm not sure how to use it. I do know how to use it with the fly-by-wire A320. It works just fine, but well, I think we'll just do this. Yep, he's just gonna leave. So we won't get the visuals. We're just not getting visuals with anything. For some reason, GSX is not working. I mean, I'm not even getting passengers floating over as we get the boarding. So hopefully our pushback works. All right, finally got a day off here. That's my first sim since a while. Supposedly we got baggage loading going on. I'm hoping our pushback works because we're... Oh, we do have visuals here. With the loading at least. For some reason passengers aren't coming on, which is weird. I can't operate the jetway and there's no passengers coming at all. Which is... Oh well. I'll actually go over here and... boarding. Alright, so it's saying it's going to take 33 minutes. We'll probably just speed this up to fast because at some point we do have plenty of time to get things ready. How's my pilot career? Oh, my real life pilot career? I haven't done... Well, I got approved for a loan and stuff, so that'll allow me to go and do like a free discovery flight. And then I'll probably do another loan application, kind of adjust it, figure out exactly what I need. Kind of a rough estimate. I need to call them up. I hope I can do it this weekend. But probably short notice for this weekend, but hopefully sometime in April, get a good feel if I want to actually do it and then keep going forward, figuring out what we getting everything else settled. Alright, so let's keep going down the list and get things set. No smoking, auto, emergency lights armed, and pretty good with that. Also get the APU fuel pump. And we'll start the APU so we get some air and all that other good stuff going on in here. Let's get our flight plan inserted. You can see we got Papa Hotel November Lima, Honolulu to November Tango, Alpha Alpha, Tahiti, Papeete, French Polynesia. I think this is the Cook Islands. Ratoga, November Charlie Romeo Golf, flight number 481, passengers 392, cost index of 24, flight, our initial cruise is going to be 300, flight level 370. Let's get our winds. Right, and one here, let's get our 0 fuel weight. That's actually not our weight. Over here we can see it's going to end up being 168.5. Up there, 168.5. Then looked like 18. What do we have? 18. Oh, we'll just go 19. We'll round it up. Alright, so it's saying we need about that much. We're really going to have 43.5. Double check that on the EFB. Yep, 43.5. Alright, so takeoff weight 211.5. Let's see if that kind of matches up with the sim brief. It should. Takeoff weight 211. Yeah, actually, just an extra. But that's because we put that a little bit. We put a little bit extra fuel, about 100 kilos extra fuel. So that looks good there. Alright, move that. Move this. There we go. Looking at the weather. I think this is on average wind, what we're looking at. Oh no, I'm looking for the wind one. The wind component is -10, so that's gonna be a headwind. Alright, landing weight. Saying it's gonna be 179.5. Somewhere. Landing. Oh, that's law. Alright. Okay, we have an hour 17 extra fuel. Jump over to the flight plan page, make sure we got the right flight plan in. So Lima November Yankee, Kilo Oscar Alpha, Bravo 595, then Tango Alpha Foxtrot, and then direct right now into our final. Of course, we'll adjust that once we get going. Let's get our flight clearance. Seems I have to reset my speaker every time. There we go.
Clear to Faa'a, Papeete 3, Lima November Yankee, departure, runway, 08 left, initial climb, 3000, then as filed, squawk, 6553.
Clear to Faa'a via Papeete 3, Lima November Yankee, departure, runway, 08 left, initial climb, 3000, then as filed, squawk, 6553, Hawaiian 481.
Hawaiian 481, red back correct, wind ready, contact Honolulu ground, 121.9er.
Wind ready, contact Honolulu ground, 121.9er, Hawaiian 481.
Alright, so we got our clearance. Don't know what's going on here. Those are just terrible. So and get rid of that for now. We're gonna go Papa Hotel November Lima. We're gonna go 8 left, and we're taking off using the Papeete 3 SID. Transition Lima November Yankee. Let's insert that. Get rid of that. Continuity. Allowed. We're getting some wind out there. Well, or it's just a lot of rain. I'm not seeing any trees moving. Alright, so go into the performance page and get the performance calculator. We'll pull that up. Let's see. Go over here. Starting to come in. We're getting a thunderstorm, so hopefully we don't get anything knocked out on this flight. We'll bring this up. Alright, so there's the calculator. We got takeoff weight. We're going to be at, go back to NIT page 2. That actually works perfectly right there. Anti-ice is going to be off, packs on, engine bleeds on, flaps optimum, flex optimum. It's 70 degree, or wind 70 degrees, 10 knots, 30.09 inches mercury, 24 degrees Celsius, and dry runway. Put that in the calculator, and we got a config 2 for our flaps. And V1 speed is going to be 146. 146 for the rotate, and 151 for the V2. Thrust reduction at 1100. Alright, it's saying my takeoff speeds are too low for some reason. Alright, so this plane actually does I can calculate your V1 speeds or your V speeds for you. So my calculator is a little off because I'm using the A339, so it's gonna be just slightly off, but it'll be close, right there. It didn't like that because, of course, this plane's like I can figure out my own stuff. So there we go, 150. Rotate's gonna be 152, and then our V2 is 157. So we'll put in that 157 right here. All right. Passengers still coming on board. Plenty of time. Next phase. Keep everything same. Approach, of course. We will fill that in as we get closer to Tahiti and have our latest weather and all that. Radio navigation. We got the ILS. Don't need anything else. Alright, looks like we're good on that. We do have the APU, so let's turn on that bleed. I think we have all the fuel on board. Seatbelt signs can come on. Alright, we're going to go through the flight plan, make sure everything looks good. Pele to Roshi, Lima November Yankee, Kilo Oscar Alpha, Hardy, Keiki, Harp, Tenor, Topom, Arrow, Havoc, Ayama, and TAF. Now, I'm not sure what's going on, why the line's not going to TAF. A little concerning on the light screen there. Keep an eye on that as we get close, and that should probably adjust because we'll get a star, hopefully, or we'll put our final in and all that. Planning on runway 4 into Tahiti. They wanted us to take off. Or initially, our plan was out of runway 4 here in Honolulu, but it was a little too short. I was kind of SimBrief spit that out, and it was kind of like, why not use the longest runway since we are a bigger plane? Okay, you can hear the passengers. We're going to speed this up. We got all the fuel on. Let's get this. We're only about halfway. Still another 20 minutes. All right. Now we're down to 4 minutes. Make it fast. Cargo's already fueled. Cargo's already fueled in. don't want to burn too much here with the APU. Alright, while we're sitting here, do a quick brief. What we should be expecting. So we're going to push back and we're going to face west. And now I have a bad feeling that I labeled my pushback things wrong. But I also put in where the tail is because for some reason I'm bad with my directions. So we want to push back facing west. We're going to take Zulu, the Alpha, and all the way to the end of the runway Alpha, runway 8 left. We've got 3,753 meters of runway. We should be up in the air about by this lasso right here. And then we'll get into our instrument departure. Climb to our initial 3,000 and Palais. Doesn't look like there's any altitude restrictions or anything. We do have... It doesn't even have a safe altitude or anything on this side. Well, safe altitude is 4,400 feet. And that's going to be for that elevation right there. So in our path, we're going to be fine. We'll be cleared to 3,000. That's why we have to make an immediate right turn. And you can see this initial climb must complete right turn to assigned heading within 2 nautical miles, because of course if we don't, we'll run into this elevation before we can climb out. You can see if we were taking off runway 26 going the opposite direction, obviously take a left turn. Oh. Definitely if we were taking that runway 4, we would have had to make that turn really quickly. And again, that's why that 2 nautical miles, so we don't hit this little mountain range right there. That's 4,900 feet, and we're only climbing to 3,000 initial. All right, once we get to our transition of Lanai, we'll expect our clearance to en route altitude and flight level 370. We'll fly out to the Halua Kona VOR. And then we will, at Tardy, be entering the Oakland Oceanic. And we'll be on our way. At about 10 we will switch to Tahiti Oceanic. And into Tahiti, we'll get our final put in there. Getting back to our airport, we'll be pushing back, facing west, and taking Zulu Alpha. That should be our expected route, unless they give us something silly. Last time we came out of here, they did make us, for some reason, they wanted us to, I believe I got one last time we were here. There was somewhere, I can't remember where I was, but it's like we got, the clearance was to come all the way. It's the other side, the opposite side of the runway. So, a little bit weird. Happens sometimes. Alright, we are just about loaded up, so let's get prepared. Actually, you can prepare for your pushback and everything well in advance of that.
Honolulu ground, Hawaiian 481, gate Charlie 7. Request pushback and start up.
I should change the weather. I should change the weather so it's raining in sim with all this rain coming down above my head. Confusing me. I'm looking at a nice clear day outside or outside my plane, and of course you guys probably can hear, maybe can hear those raindrops.
We are ready for pushback.
What's interesting is that in real life, if you ever see it, that pin is already inserted. They're already connected as the passenger's coming on. You're doing your walk around, all that. This is kind of a weird little thing.
Completed. Bypass pin inserted.
But not a full flight. You can see some open seats here or there. Definitely heavy. 392 passengers. Alright, so let's see. West is tail right, nose left. Yep, that's what I want. Okay, so I did label it right.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Start engine 2. Alright, so you could hear the packs kind of turn off there. Now, I don't know a ton about this plane, the A330. I have to watch some more videos about it. But I do know that with the 787, so next time I fly the 787, I'll start both engines at the same time, because that plane you can actually start both engines at the same time. I don't remember having the sound effects before. I forget to do something. Sounds bad, doesn't it? Seems pretty excessive, doesn't it? Alright, start engine 1. I hope we don't have that the whole flight. There we go. Wow. Yeah, they definitely changed the sound effects.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
I need to turn that off. That confirmation of good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can
If there was like some way to set that to be a little bit more automatic. Okay, we'll turn the predictive wind shear system on and the radar system on. Lock the cockpit door. Okay, we got our barometric reference set, 30.09, 30.09. Flight directors both on. We got our 3,000 speed. Automatic, I guess. Doesn't want to let me keep that out. IRS alignment checked. EFIS, ARC, and 10 nautical miles. Flight directors both on, as I said.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Josephine's flying LA to Paris. Cool. Alright, so anti-ice, not required, ECAM status. Right. Checking this. We got max brake. Do a little cabin check. Spoilers armed. Flaps to 2. And we'll do another. I don't know why it keeps doing that. They are in takeoff config. There we go. Alright, no blue on the E-cam. Pitch trim. Set. Rudder trim set. Rudder trim is 0. Go our flight controls. Flight controls checked, flight instruments checked, briefing confirmed, flap setting 2, V1, V, rotate V2, set, ATC, set, ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Alright, let's get a taxi clearance.
Honolulu ground, Hawaiian 481, request
Doing
taxi.
Zulu Alpha.
Hawaii 481,
Yep.
taxi to holding point, runway 08 left, via Zulu Alpha, Romeo Bravo.
Taxi to holding point, runway 08 left, via Zulu Alpha, Romeo Bravo, Hawaiian 481.
Alright, afterwards I'll be flying from Paris, France to Douala, Cameroon. I actually haven't, I was just this week training a guy at my job who's from Cameroon. I knew he was from Africa, but my boss said he was from like some M country. Kind of funny because Cameroon is starts with a C. But I kind of saw him like when he was fiddling with his phone and he was messaging his mom or something, and his mom just got married the other day too. He was showing me pictures of that from Cameroon. But I could see him chatting, and everything was written in, he was writing in French. So. Forgot to play the safety video for Hawaiian. Oh well. Oh well. Got it last time. Yeah, Icebird, I've been but yeah, as far as the pilot career so far, I've just been kind of watching videos, doing practice tests for the private pilot, all that kind of stuff. Kind of just trying to, since I'm not in full-on flight training yet, not even sure yet if I'm doing it for sure. Nothing's scheduled as of yet, but just kind of looking at stuff, working ahead. Self-study. Watching different ground school videos.
Hawaii 481, contact Honolulu Tower 118.1.
Contact Honolulu Tower 118.1, Hawaiian 481.
Okay, lining up. Right before takeoff, checklist, cabin crew advised, engine mode selected, required packs on. Josephine, Spring. My friend who is Cameroonian will be taking me to Cameroon, and I'm recreating the flights from USA to Cameroon. Cool.
Runway 08 left, cleared for takeoff. Hawaiian 481.
We're clear for takeoff. Lights. Table 40%. And toga. P1, rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Thrust lever climb. Flaps retracted.
Provide Boeing 1, contact ACS, departure 118.3.
Contact ACS, departure 118.3. Hawaiian 481. HCS departure Hawaiian 481. Airline 3 departure at 3,100.
Provide Boeing 1, radar contact, continue climb 10,000, altimeter 3008.
Continue climb 10,000. Hawaiian 481.
Alright, autopilot set. Ground spoilers disarmed. Seatbelt sign still on. Landing lights still on as we're under 10,000. And a beautiful departure out of Oahu. And we're gonna head down the chain. Yep, they are the. I like their livery too, and they're the safest. And they're the safest U.S. airline actually. Oh yeah. Saw the girl when she was making it.
Provide for A1, climb and maintain. Flight level 190, contact San Francisco Ring Center 131.95.
Flight level 190, check.
190, contact San Francisco Ring Center 131.95. Hawaiian 481.
As I said, we're heading down the.
San Francisco Ring Center Hawaiian 481. Adelaide 3 departure.
Are these the Leeward Islands or the?
Climbing flight level 190.
I forget which ones are which, but basically the big islands of the Hawaiians.
Radar contact.
You know, we're actually flying down to the one. When you think of Hawaii, you always think of the main, the big island. I believe is Hawaii itself, the one that has a hilo on it. Of course, Honolulu is about 3 or 4 islands up the chain. Oh, okay. That's all I was wondering. I'm like, what you watched the person who actually designed it? Okay, you watched someone who is making delivery. Yeah, I don't know if it's. Yeah, it might be. Not sure. Alright, so we're going to be climbing up to flight level 190. Across 10,000, so we'll turn off our landing lights. I believe. If I was understanding correctly when I was watching a ground school video, I think you only need to do landing lights. I think it's recommended under 10,000. I think you only need to do it when it's IFR conditions or night. I'm not sure if you have to do it during the day. When the instructor said that, or wherever I was, I saw that. I was like, oh, okay, that is something that's real. Because I don't know where I picked that up. But it has been kind of interesting watching the videos because he was talking about the power plant for the plane, right? For obviously we're talking at this point talking about propeller planes, talking about Cessnas and stuff like that, the training planes. And what was really interesting, he was talking about like doing some of like the checks that you do when you first get in the plane, in the Cessna or whatever, and how you do the alternator check. And the alternator is the thing that again allows the battery to recharge. And he was saying it's like if you look at the AFM, which is the I'm not sure what AFM stands for, but it's basically the manual for the plane. If you look at the manual for most of these planes, the Cessna 172, whatever it is, they tell you exactly how to start the engines. They tell you exactly how to do this test, how to do the alternator test. And the alternator test, you're supposed to put a load on the electrical system. So how do you do that? Turn on your landing lights, set your flaps, set your landing flaps to something, because that's going to then make the electric motors that control your flaps, whir up and use some of that battery power, and then you can see if your alternator is actually doing its job and working. But he was talking about how some people, they swear, no, you shouldn't do it that way. You should press in the alternator. You should turn off your alternator and then turn it back on. That's how you test it. And and it was kind of interesting because he said it's like sometimes that alternator doesn't turn back on. So now you've taken a perfectly good plane and everything was working, the alternator was working, but then you turned it off and now it's not working. So it won't turn on. Now you have to scrap your flight. But he was kind of saying, hey, when you're doing your check rides, who's right? is the book right? Are you right? Or the tester right? And it's like, well, the tester's always right.
Hawaii 481, climate maintained. Flight level 2
I would assume with the caveat of at least as far as safe, you know, as long as they're not telling you to do something completely unsafe and completely wrong. But yeah, that's a little like, great. You have to deal with those personalities out there that are like, well, I have my way of doing things, and even though it's not at all the way you're supposed to do it. All right, we're climbing to flight level 280. Yeah, doing the practice tests and stuff like that, kind of learning more about pressure and weather and how all that works. And it's like it's amazing how much you learn, not just about flying and airplanes, like how much goes into that, like how many topics, how many subjects are really, you know, included in that, like weather and, you know, pressure, learning how engines work and everything like that. Josephine's on live time and weather, so it's clear, and I see such a beautiful moon before the dawn of the sun. Yeah, I'm wondering when the moon, because when I loaded into Honolulu, I had it on live time and it was dark, but I couldn't find the moon, and there wasn't cloud cover, so I was a little disappointed. I was thinking, oh, maybe the moon's down at this point. All right, standard pressure.
Arrival ILS, approach runway 26.
But I decided I want to do this flight. We'll do it daytime. Since we did the last flight, we took off early in the morning and watched the sunrise. So we'll do this one. And I didn't want to do it live or do it the time of the flight, because then we would have been coming in, you know, about 3 hours of the flight would have been total darkness and not able to see anything, and maybe see a few specks of light on those islands. I don't know how many, you know, definitely not going to be as many lights on, you know, the French Polynesian islands, which are scattered all over the place, versus landing in LA or something, New York. Doing more of a day or evening landing in those places is a little bit more enjoyable. Yeah, that's just crazy how fast the fuel burns off in a plane this big. I already burned 3,000 kilos, 3 tons. All right, we're over 20,000. We actually have a smooth climb here, so we'll turn off the seatbelt signs. Passengers get up and about. We're passing the island of Lanai, and Lanai City right in the middle. Just see it off there. We're going to be coming up to the VOR for Lanai Airport. This is the island of Molokai over there. This one coming into view right there is Maui. Small one is Kahulaui. And then we'll have the big island of Hawaii right there. The last one of the southernmost of the whole chain. A little weather. At least on the radar. We have a little radar. Or a little radar. We should have had a little weather in between our takeoff and this island. There's a little bit of rain. Obviously, the Microsoft Flight Simulator weather's a little bit behind, I guess. Sometimes things don't show up. There's a little bit of weather off the southern island here, too. But pretty good. Looking at the sim brief, I don't know if we can see, if it shows us, go to the raw, if we can see the whole... Oh yeah, we do get the maps. Awesome, look at that. So here we got our E-tops, obviously. See, we're within 3 hours We're never going to be too far away. We don't have to have an alternate ETOPS airport. Because we're within 3 hours of each airport. And we overlap right there in the middle. You can see we have a little bit of, I think, ISOL embed. I'm not sure what that means. I think is that isolated embedded thunderstorms. I don't know how to read these 100% yet. I'm still kind of learning. But you know, I saw these. I'm thinking, okay, there's a little bit. We got something going on here. CB 500. Not exactly sure what all that means. You can see we do have a few things showing up. Got our wind charts. Then you can see the our side view of our flight. And we top a climb right after should be reaching that after we get past Kalua Kona. And then we'll be at 37,000 or flight level 370. And then we'll climb up to 390 here after Topham. Okay, so we just got the clearance all the way up to 370. And I need to step away for a second. I will see you on the other side in just a few minutes. Enjoy the views.
Aloha 56, turn right to heading 130. Turn right to heading 130. Aloha 56. Aloha 56, turn right to heading 159. Turn right to heading 159. Aloha 56. Aloha 56, proceed direct Charlie Echo Kilo Oscar Bravo. Proceed direct Charlie Echo Kilo Oscar Bravo. Aloha 56. Aloha 56, descend and maintain 1,800. Descend and maintain 1,800. Aloha 56. Aloha 56, clear ILS, approach at 1,800, runway 26. Report established on localizer. Cleared ILS, approach at 1,800, runway 26. Report established on localizer. Aloha 56. Aloha 56, established on localizer. Aloha 56, contact tower 118.1. Contact tower 118.1. Aloha 56. level 370. Maintain flight level 370. Hawaiian 481.
Sim Read 1.
Oh yeah, when that sunrise starts coming up, and we saw it when we were doing the flight out to Hawaii. That was so beautiful. I mean, Flight Simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I remember being impressed when I played X-Plane. Wow, this is so cool. And I guess there's that suspension of disbelief, and there's always a suspension of disbelief when you're in a simulator. I mean, it's not one-to-one yet. You know, it's not perfect. You don't jump into a simulator and think, oh yeah, I'm in the real world. No, you can tell, but it's getting so much closer, like the photogrammetry and the data being brought down from the satellites, and just it looks so good. It's looking, I mean, you even compare it to X-Plane. I mean, I was on X-Plane 11. You compare it to X-Plane 12, Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's worlds apart, because the models that are available, the photogrammetry, you know, in the areas where you have the photogrammetry, but even the areas where you don't, they have pretty decent, Flight Simulator has, I want to say, pretty decent assets that X-Plane didn't at first. I don't know about X-Plane 12, but X-Plane 11, I actually eventually was able to, there was a package, a mod put out there that would, you know, regionalize buildings. So like when you were in Asia, you'd get more Asian auto-generated buildings. In Africa, you get more, you know, Africa, Middle East, you know, you'd get more that kind of area buildings. But even then, it was still, you know, it still was nothing like now, where there are times where I was like, oh, am I flying over I mean, especially when we're flying Africa, most of those places we were flying into was auto-generated, but it looked so good, you couldn't tell. I mean, what did you have to compare it to? But it didn't stick out like a sore thumb. Now, when we flew over Honolulu, you could see they kind of have the generic auto-generated office buildings, which don't look, you know, I think that's where there's a little bit of shortcoming. You can kind of tell in more US, European areas where it's auto-generated a little bit. But when it gets to smaller villages and stuff, and it's not perfect yet, it's not 100%. I mean, I think, you know, 50 years in the future, if we're still doing gaming and simulating and stuff like that, I mean, it's going to be, I don't know what they'll do. I mean, how it's going to work, but everything will be completely photorealistic. I mean, you won't be able to tell. I mean, you'll be in your VR headset or whatever. It'll be, like the holodeck, in Star Trek. But everything will be so. I mean, you can see the difference in the 40 years the Flight Simulator's been around. I mean, how much of a difference is going to be in the next 40 years? I don't know, but I mean, you can see. I remember being blown away by the graphics. Again, like I said, X-Plane 11, I was blown away. There was a suspension of disbelief. There always is. But I remember being blown away by, just going, playing like my Madden. Like, I played Madden football all the time. The video game. But the first one I ever got was, I think, Madden 90, like Madden 97, Madden 98, something like that. Maybe even been Madden 96. I want to say 97, 98 because it was somewhere after the Packers, my team had won the Super Bowl. It was a couple of years later, or at least a year later. So I had a few of the some of those players I knew, and I was so young at that point, but playing that, it's like you had that suspension. You had such a suspension of disbelief because, like, wow, I'm playing this really cool. When you go back and you look at, even the older games from even in the 80s and the early 90s, and they were just so cool. And I remember going from that game to Madden 99, which was probably a year, maybe 2 years later, and just being blown away by oh my God, this looks so realistic. And now if I look back at Madden 99, no, I probably had Madden 99 was the first one I had. Then I got Madden 2001. And it was like, holy cow, wow, what a leap. And it was kind of a leap. It was more, you had more 3D, real, we were starting to get into that more 3D, smoother, everything looked, it wasn't as blocky and stuff. But compare Madden 2001 to, Madden, whatever it is now, 24 or something, right? And it's crazy how much different it is. And but then you compare Madden 24 and you compare it to what it looks like in real life, and you're like, oh yeah, it doesn't look at all, right? And we're starting to get that point now where I think things are starting, they're getting so close, you're getting that uncanny valley kind of place where you can clearly tell this isn't real, and the suspension of disbelief is a little bit harder. And I think that's something that happens with flight simulators sometimes. And it's a little bit harder to suspend your disbelief and, okay, this doesn't look exactly like the real life airport, but it's close enough, right? There are the gates, there are the ramps, everything's there, but it's not, now because everything else looks so good in Flight Simulator, almost these generic airports kind of are like, ugh. You don't have custom buildings and everything's, glossy, and you're paying $25 for a premium airport or something, But I'll tell you, the atmospherics, the weather, the sunrise, the sunsets, those just, they blow me away every time. And I know there's some complaints about the clouds. I mean, these are still better clouds than I ever had in X-Plane. And yeah, they don't look 100% realistic all the time. They kind of look a little, but for what it is, I mean, really good. Alright, we're kind of getting to that point now where we can't even see our next waypoint. It's almost 400 miles out. About an hour out is our next waypoint. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to... Oops. I just disconnect the autopilot. It's weird. But I'm going to use the sim rate. I'm probably going to bump that up just because we do have a doctor's appointment at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I mean, we got about 5 hours left. Should be done about 1 o'clock. But I kind of almost want to get finished a little earlier than that. Since we're just flying kind of over ocean, if we bump the rate up 2 times, be able to cruise through a little bit faster. Hurts my my flight time records, but all right. Actually, it'd be the only flight it'd be the first flight I'd ever done in the world tour where I've accelerated time. I'm trying to figure out our cooling time. All right, so I'm just taking a look at the TAF, the terminal area forecast. I believe that is terminal area forecast for Faa'a International Airport, which is obviously our destination, November Tango Alpha Alpha. Looking at it, and I kind of pop it up here on the other screen. Of course, this is a very visual way of looking at it. See it right there. And it's all VFR, it's all clear visibility. So I'm a little concerned. The forecast is pretty basic. Right here you can start seeing some wind, and then it goes back to variable. So looks like a beautiful, at least what we're getting. It's about 2 hours old, but it is valid from 2 o'clock until 8 o'clock local time. Obviously we're going to be coming in sim time. It's going to be coming into the evening, but obviously real time. This was a little confusing to me. Why is 2 o'clock in the afternoon already got the sun or the moon out? Or the evening? It's kind of weird. Only 7 hours of sunlight. But obviously real time, it's going to be probably closer to about 6 o'clock in the morning. Real time. For us, it'll be about 6 o'clock in the evening in sim. But the weather will be right here. So we're looking at clear, good visibility. We're not getting ceiling information. Obviously, you can also look right here. It's saying April 5th through 12 o'clock to April 6th, 1800, which is right there. That's basically the forecast. Becoming at 6 o'clock, you got some of the winds right there. And now these are Zulu times, which gets confusing. I think 1800 Zulu is then this time, I believe. A little confused. Kind of flips it over. I think I can actually, can I phase out? No, but becoming right there, you can see at 8 o'clock at 1800 Zulu for a couple hours. It's going to be 40 at 10 knots, and then again at 0000 as we go into April 6th Zulu time. Obviously it'll be only the 5th here, but Looks like it goes back to that variable at 3 knots. So that's really the only thing we're looking at. We can actually see if we can grab that. Right now I'm getting about 60 frames per second, which is really cool. I wish I could get that all the time here in Flight Simulator. It'd be really nice, especially on approaches at some of these bigger airports. I get the tap? There we go. Usually I just get the MEDAR, but the TAF is the terminal area forecast. So you can actually get a forecast, because right now the MEDAR is going to give you, basically whatever the last time the MEDAR came out. And that's just the live weather, what it is. But we kind of want that forecast. And I love it when it's so buttery smooth like this. Of course, we're just over the ocean, not much going on. Waiting for that weather information. My aircraft is named Mulhouse and in the 2019 Air France livery. Cool. Alright, so if you watch the clock down here, you can see it is going a little bit faster because I have accelerated the sim time by 2 and pretty stable. Let me see. I'm not sure if we can go up higher than that. Okay, so I'm trying to make it go faster than 2. It's not letting me. So basically anything that runs the A339X limits the sim rate increase to 2 times. So you can see clock is spinning a little bit faster. We have been in sync. I think 11 hours ahead of real time, but now it's going to get out of sync because now it's 14, but we have not switched over to still 8:13 for me. So we are going to be, this clock is no longer going to match the real life clock, or at least be ahead by 11 hours. We're actually be ahead by a little bit more because we're speeding along here slightly faster. It's going to be, can't really tell at this point. Well, you kind of can. And honestly, I kind of enjoy speeding along during cruise a little bit with the time acceleration on a longer flight because actually it looks like we're moving faster. So yeah, instead of taking until about 1 o'clock here for me, I guess get done a little bit sooner. Nice. Got that beautiful Hawaiian flag, which is just a little bit confusing because I think I mentioned when we were looking at state flags the other day that the Hawaiian flag, has the Union Jack, the United Kingdom Union Jack flag on it, along with red, white, and blue stripes, to kind of denote its connections to both the United Kingdom at one point and the U.S., of course. I was wrong about that, though. The United Kingdom never actually ever had any control over the Hawaiian Islands. The Kingdom of Hawaii adopted that flag as their kingdom flag for some reason. And, of course, when it came over to become a state, it was maintained as a tie back to the Kingdom of Hawaii, not the United Kingdom, which is a little bit confusing, again, because you're using the exact same flag as the United Kingdom. So a very odd little quirk there of the Hawaiian Kingdom of Hawaii. You can see our ET is rapidly descending in comparison to our real life. You already see we're at 18 versus 15 in real life. So we're about 4 minutes ahead now because we're doing everything twice as fast. So a minute in sim, a minute's going to take 30 seconds. So every minute here, it's going to take 2 minutes there. Of course, we're going to slow down, so it's not as if this 4.5 hours we have going left is going to only take us 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I'm guessing we'll still probably be about 2.5, maybe 3 hours to go here in real time. Because once we start descending, we'll go to real time for the approach and all that. But since we're in the cruise, we'll double time it, which allows me to do longer flights like this in a short amount of time, and you'll go further and see different places and see the weather change, because you're actually catching weather that you probably wouldn't be catching in reality. That might clear up quicker. So I think it's kind of cool. Let's look at our received messages. Looks like our TAF. Now again, this stuff is going to be, we're still going to get the live weather. It's just going to be kind of like when, even this TAF is not going to be as useful because don't want that. Because like the becoming this is gonna be, it's not gonna really mean much to us. Well, it will, because we'll still know in real life what time it is. We'll still know that, okay, 1800 Zulu in real life, that's when the weather's gonna be like this. Now again, not a big deal, but that's what this means. So right here we have, this is the date, so April 5th, 1100 Zulu time, I believe. I think we're doing, that's all, yeah, 1100 Zulu. And then here is telling us when it's good from. It's good from April 5th. The forecast is good from April 5th, 1200 Zulu to April 6th, 1800 Zulu. That's a nice long forecast, actually. Day and a half. 30-hour forecast. You can see we have variable winds, 3 knots. Visibility is unlimited. And we have a few clouds at 2,500 feet. Flight level 25 for 500 feet. Becoming April 5th, 1800 hours. Between 1800 and 2000 hours. 6 to 8 Zulu time. We have winds at 40 degrees at 10 knots, and then becoming on April 6th, midnight to 2 o'clock in the morning, Zulu time, not local time, variable 3 knots. So we can actually look at that. Now this again is sim time, which doesn't match this at all. That's the big thing, is that this weather is based on real time, so these Zulu times, this isn't going to help us at all, because this is just sim time. You can see how fast that clock is moving. We're now already 7 minutes ahead, or it's 7 minutes ahead of us. Let's see, Josephine, if I could modernize the Hawaiian flag, I will have the Union Jack replaced by the blue canton with white stars in the constellation of Hawaiian Islands. That'd be an interesting way to do it. Yeah, I wonder if there's any... Let me look, and I'll pop up. So I just watched CGP Grey. I don't know if you guys know him, but he's got millions of subscribers and millions of views on his videos. He makes videos about all kinds of cool historical, just random stuff, but very informative kind of videos. And the latest one he did, he's a big flag guy. He's big into vexillology, and he did a tier ranking of all the U.S. state flags, which I didn't do a tier ranking. Maybe we could do that on this stream. I don't know. I kind of just went through the flags the other day. I think Iceberg was in here, and we just kind of went through, and I was like, ugh, yeah, good, bad. Maybe I'll do a tier ranking. Maybe I'll pull that up and do that. That'd be something to pass the time. A little bit of time, at least. But yeah, that was a very interesting one. He didn't mention Hawaii having a different flag, and I think he gave Hawaii a decent scores. But it was pretty interesting. His tier was kind of funny because it was, the S tier, A, B, C, D, F. But then he made the F tier also have A, B, C, D, F, because there's so many F flags in the United States that you then have to rank them. And so if I do a ranking, that's, I guess, what I'll have to do. Kind of copy him. But I'm gonna have to look, because I guess maybe Utah has a new flag. Utah, or they're working on having a new flag. Well, they still have, but even that's not the flag that I remember them having. Oh, no. But it's kind of interesting, because on his video, he ranked their, I guess it must be a proposed flag, which, when I was talking about the Utah flag, I was also doing the same thing, like, hey, get this, do this with your flag, and you'll be in the top tier. And the flag that he showed was even more top tier than the one I was thinking of. Wow, look at all those waves down there. Got some serious wind going on. I don't know if that's because of the speed increase or not, but you can see those waves. Look at that. Whew. Right, Okay. See, I'm not finding anything about. That's what I'm trying to look for here. Oh, okay, it is real. I saw him. I saw like when he posted that. I was like, oh my god, the flag is awesome. And now I'm kind of jealous because there it is. Oh yes. Okay, so let's bring this up. Alright, so here's the current flag for Utah. Right, you can see it's like, needs a lot of work, right? Not the, I would say it's not the worst of the worst when it comes to, here, let me just kind of, just have the flag. So there's the flag. There's the flag of Utah. It's not the worst of the worst of the blue flags of the U.S., but it's not great either. But it has elements that should be used in it. For example, the beehive. They love the beehive there. And I was saying, hey, if you just take the beehive, now simplify it, of course, maybe you can have some of these flowers, and just go with that and put it on, figure out your background. Here's the proposed flag, and I think it's going to be the flag that you just said is going to be official next year. Look at that. Beautiful. So, I mean, first of all, so modern. And he talked about this. What's so cool about this, and I just thought about it right now, but he kind of mentioned it, the hexagons in the video, but I just thought about like why the hexagons are so pretty, so cool in relation to this flag as well, is because what do we got right here? We have, the beehive, right? What is the layout? How are beehives, what shape is in the beehive? The hexagon. And so you have a star here, cool. But everything else, you got the beehive, and then everything else is based on hexagonal. Like the mountains are kind of like these repeating hexagons. Now they're cut off with the land, except for this one that goes around the, the seal, I would say. But that is, and you got the same blue, but it's divided, right? Because you got that white contrast. That is a perfect modern design flag. That's a flag you're going to recognize. A flag you can be proud of at this point. It's easy. Anyone can draw that. A little kid can draw that flag. That's what you want. That is really awesome. Okay, so this is the final design submitted for consideration to be adopted as a new state flag of Utah. The design evokes images of snowy mountains and red rocks to represent the geography of Utah. The beehive represents industry, the state's slogan, and Utah's nickname as the Beehive State. It's just beautiful. Yeah, well, that's what it's saying on here, but yeah, I'm assuming it's probably in. Task force was created, new flag was adopted and passed into law 2023, which will take effect March 9th, 2024. So that's really cool. Yeah, that's awesome that I think I saw this one before. I think I saw this one and I was like, oh, this is a cool, I think I really like this. I think I saw this concept before and I didn't comment on it last time I was looking at flags, but yeah, there you go. But this one blows it out of the park. Of course, the colors are a little, adjusted the colors. But get rid of that star. And just stay with the basic 5-point. You don't need to get too weird with the stars. Other finalists. Yeah, again, anything is better than the blue with the state seal. Interesting. There's not too many there are no country flags that look like this with the, you got the triangles, but they're not full. That's kind of cool. Obviously there are reasons for all these things, but I think that you have that beehive. The beehive is such a interesting, perfect thing to have on your flag. This is probably what I was thinking. I didn't get really crazy with I was like, hey, just put a beehive. Do something with a beehive. If you want to keep that blue background, fine. But this was kind of like in my mind what, the least amount you could do, right? Just get rid of the seal, put a beehive. I mean, heck, just a beehive, and that'd be better, right? There you go. Kind of go the Seychelles route. I think Solomon Islands also does this kind of concept. They really like this 8-pointed star. The star represents guidance and freedom, refers to the state's 8 tribal nations. Okay, that would have been okay. Now that I see that 8 tribal nations, that's why this star. That would have actually would have been kind of cool if they would put that on the. They would have brought that over as well. But here you got the red for the rocks of southern Utah, the white for the Rocky Mountains, and the blue for the basin. Utah's historic state flag. Obviously on the final, it works for the as the sky as well. But yeah, it has that old flag color, but also the basin and everything. So they kind of took the color scheme idea. Here's kind of what I would have probably done. I don't know about the star, but again, that star concept of the tribal nations. So yeah, I wonder why they didn't bring the star over on the final proposal. But this is probably, I mean, this would have been my first go-to, like, idea. This was my first idea. It's like, okay, I wasn't even thinking of colors yet for the background, like what we could do there. But it's like, what could you do to get rid of that seal and make it simple? Beehive. Boom. There you go. So here you got the beehive, you got the star, but then they wanted to get these colors in, and you have the hexagon thing on the final. So the final one, yeah. So what they changed there, I mean, the color is kind of weird. I don't know if it's just because of they use CMYK or whatever versus RGB. But yeah, they got rid of this. They got rid of this for some reason. I can't even see that the proposal is not even a very perfect design. It's a little, the buffer is off. Obviously, this is cleaned up and everything's got the right distance and everything. Yeah, I wonder why we didn't get the. Yeah, the proposed flag was modified to replace the 8-pointed star with a 5-pointed star. So I guess they just weren't into representing the tribal nations, I guess. Oh well. But yeah, that's pretty cool that Utah's doing that. Proposed, since we were talking about Hawaii, what's your home state? Take a look at that. Let's do. Okay, so I'm reading about the Hawaiian flag. Now, the reason... No, there is a connection to the UK. There is a connection to the UK. And we'll kind of go through this. So what happened was... So here's the flags. Bring up these flags. Kind of go through. So here's the... So this was the British red ensign that was brought when... I don't have it right over there. Another tab over here so I can read. Kind of give you the history of this flag because it's a very interesting flag for the United States. Okay, so the background on this flag is that Captain George Vancouver, which I'm assuming Vancouver's named after, British Royal Navy in 1793. He had previously actually visited the islands in 1778 to 79 with Captain James Cook. When he returned, he met with Kamehameha I, presented him with the Red Ensign. Kingdom of Ireland was not part of the United Kingdom yet, and so you don't have the St. Andrew's Cross or the St. James Cross going in there. You have that white. It looks a little slightly different, as you can see. Or the St. Patrick's Cross of Ireland, not St. James. It's very basically the same flag. But this was used by the Royal Navy, so he presented it to the King of Hawaii, and it became the unofficial, just basically the unofficial flag of the Kingdom of Hawaii until 1816. so, which is kind of weird. So that's the first flag. Oops. Okay. Lighter. Make it so we can see the whole flag, right? All right, so this is the flag in. Let's see, we got the flags here. This is the okay. Then it changed in 1801 to 1816. They added the Irish part of the St. Patrick's flag. Now, what's very weird about it is that, again, that they kept changing, because this is the unofficial flag of the Kingdom of Hawaii. The United Kingdom doesn't have any, it doesn't mention them having any power over the Kingdom of Hawaii. But why is Hawaii changing their flags, right? All right, so let's see. All right. So then in 1816, the flag changed to this, where, okay, now you have the, you kind of get rid of just the red for the ensign, and you have the, how many stripes is it? 8 stripes, it looks like? No, 9 stripes. There's 9 stripes at this point, alternating, you know, red, white, and blue. Then it, I guess, during the Papeete affair, which is, it's not really going into a ton of history here on these things, but I guess the British did have some control over it. At the, you know, there was a protectorate or something going on, and then after that, you now have the current flag, which is 8 stripes: the white, red, blue, white, red, blue, white, red. Which is kind of why it looks a little strange, because you don't have all the colors repeated. And those 8 stripes represent the 8 islands. Introduced in 1845 and in use until 1898. Then and again, this is the Kingdom of Hawaii's flag. So this is their flag. And then the U.S., obviously the flag became then the U.S. flag with, I don't know how, I'm not going to count the stars. I guess I can count quickly, but 28 plus 36, 44. So this is at a point where there's only 44. Basically, from February to April 1893, you just had the U.S. flag, and then from 1898 to present, it went back to this flag, and as the U.S. territory, and then as the state. So that's why the flag is this. It's not really because there's a colonial issue or anything. It's because they kind of adopted the British thing and had ties to the British. Never really under control or kind of protected by the British. You know, kind of weird. All right, so now there's this Kanaka Maoli flag, which is the true people in the Hawaiian language design. It's purported to be the original flag of the Kingdom of Hawaii, though it's widely disputed. Right. And then this flag was actually designed by Louis Agard in 1993, 6 years before the Kanaka, the last flag, actually started appearing on the public record. So this flag was uncovered in 1999, supposedly. But basically, you have then this flag was a design that actually came out earlier, and supposedly Yeah, basically, this flag, you know, the story is that this flag was kind of designed first, minus the black on the sides. This flag was designed in 1993, and then this Gene Simeona claimed to have found this flag and said, oh, this was the original flag, but it looks like he took a lot of inspiration from this design that came out 6 years before he supposedly found this older flag. So this is a popular flag. Who would prefer this over having, obviously, the colonial imagery of the Union Jack, despite the fact that just reading, maybe I have to read more on the Hawaiian Islands, that it really wasn't anything colonial, at least. I might be wrong. Here's some other flags we got. This is the personal standard of King Kalakaua. Princess Kailoni's personal flag. Naval ensign of the Kingdom of Hawaii. The inverted flag, this is when the nation is in, or the kingdom is in distress, or I would guess the state. But basically, this is being used by the Hawaiian sovereignty movement, which there is a movement for that. This is what you were mentioning about the flag, or the stars. This might have been what you were, instead of have the stripes, but then put this in the canton instead. This is used by the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization. Here's a flag of the nation of Hawaii. So a few different, I don't see any, basically you just have that, this one is the most recent, proposal, I guess, as a new flag for Hawaii. I don't love it, but it is something different. I think I don't know. I think that you could find a slightly better design. Possibly. Let's see. Well, the Hawaiian Kingdom did fall and became a republic, then annexed by the U.S. and became a state, and that flag was the flag of the Kingdom, Republic, Territory, and now state. Yeah, it's been the flag since, what did I say, 1817, somewhere in there. Basically, basically they decided, hey, let's represent our islands, not just use the naval ensign for the British Empire. But it's just kind of weird how they adopted that, because I'd have to read up on Hawaii because I don't have it in my Rolodex of information right in front of me, but Alright, so now you can see we're 28 minutes ahead of where we are in real life time. So cruising along here quickly. As I said, that'll allow us to finish this flight up a little bit earlier. Alright, let's check out Wyoming, your home state. Yeah, so CGP Gray talked about this, that this is actually a really good flag, would be a really good flag if not for one thing. Well, there it is. There's the flag. Again, the black bars are just the background of the viewer. It's not part of the flag. But that this would be a really good flag if you just got rid of the seal. If you take the seal out and just have the buffalo, this would be a really good flag. I mean, simple. I mean, not insanely modern or anything, but a totally simple, viable, awesome flag, because red, white, and blue, can't go wrong with red, white, or blue. But then you have this nice white cutout buffalo. Let's see, what other flags do we have here? That's the seal. I'm always looking for, but now I'm kind of just interested in looking up proposed flags, because Because I think there's a lot of people getting into vexology, a lot of people looking at their state flags or their city flags and going, what the heck is this? You got a lot of people who have decent background graphic design now that are just like, you know, I can make something better. Let's... But I'm so glad that that Utah is getting a new flag. That's really cool. You know, Mississippi's flag is pretty good. I think Utah's blows Mississippi's new flag out of the water in terms of simplicity. Mississippi's a little complicated with the flowers that they have on it, but it's still a really good flag, especially compared to what it was replacing, but also as a flag in general. Here we go. This is actually, there's actually a vexology wiki. This is where I should be. This is where I should live. Let me show you. Alright, so it's called Vexology Wiki. Look at that. Awesome. This is what we need in the world, right? So here's Wyoming. So here's some proposals. This is Andy Rash proposal. So basically, again, get rid of the seal. That's basically that proposal. I mean, you got a different color going on there. That works. Some of these are not the greatest proposals. It's interesting. You still have the red, white, and blue, but instead of having the box, I kind of like. I mean, the box does kind of make it distinctive. It's going completely different. I don't think these are like official proposals or anything. This is a vexology, you know, site. So yeah, obviously you got the different. Some are better than others. Again, get rid of the seal. Don't put the seal on there. I mean, that works, right? Now, is this, I'm guessing this is something on the wiki or something that it was kind of a, I don't know if this was an official thing or anything. But pretty cool. The first place, just remove the seal, right? This is interesting. I like this. It's kind of interesting. Have gold and brown. You know, make it more unique to the state. Pretty cool. Of course, you gotta. Why not, right? Why not have the Ohio kind of that idea going on there? Well, Ohio's even got that triangular thing, but yeah, kind of have that swallowtail. Oh, there you go. This one is actually even more interesting that they changed the buffalo to actually be an American one because the American bison does not have the mid-back hump. Okay, very interesting there. It's pretty cool. Really cool. Let's see. So I looked at this flag when we were we looked at this flag before. So there's the awful flag for my home city, Milwaukee. I gotta take a step away here. I will be right back.
Sim rate 1. Sim rate 2. Sim rate 1.
Hawaiian 481. Tahiti Oceanic Center, Hawaiian 481, inbound to FOM at flight level 370. Hawaiian 481, radar contact, maintain flight level 370. Maintain flight level 370, Hawaiian 481.
All right. We got about an hour 26 left on the flight. I might bump on the speed rate a little bit here. Once I get things set, and then we'll kind of bust through our cruise a little quicker. Maybe not. We'll see what happens. That will get us to what? 126. So it'll be about noon when we get landed. That should be fine, actually. All right, so we're coming up on Taro. Be our next point we're coming to, right? Taro, I believe we were doing our step climb at Tavak, I think. Check that. Actually, I think at Tenor. Could have been a climb, given a climb. Oh no, Tavak. That is correct. Gotta take a look. Actually, we can look on. Let's look on the flight plan itself. Here we go to raw. Here we can see where that climb is. That step is going to be at, actually at Taro. So it says flight level 390 at Taro. I'm not sure if that's we get the clearance for it at that point. I guess we have the E-tops exit right there. I think I put E-tops on there, and I don't think you really need to. Not sure how to use this yet, how to get messages. Or wonder if that just works with, like, work that with VATSIM or not. I'm noticing this with the overlay is that as we get to a certain point in the flight, it seems to the pink line isn't as big as the white line. That doesn't look right. Never noticed that before. Let's see here. Josephine, if she had to redesign the state flag of Wyoming, she would have replaced it with a tricolor brown, white, and yellow with a black buffalo on black field. So I'm guessing. Let's see if we got those Wyoming FXology wiki again. Let's see. There's one that black buffalo on black. Doesn't look like there's anything like that. Brown, white. Yeah, basically the closest one to what you had. And we were looking at this before. You would have liked that second place one would have been the closest, but you wanted what? With a black buffalo on black field. I don't think you could have black on black like that, but had to do something. Maybe a white buffalo on the black field. I kind of like that second design, actually. I mean, just because it's different. just to have something different than red, white, and blue. Kind of have, you know, those colors do kind of. I mean, I think the University of Wyoming for their, I mean, one of the proposed or one of the alternate flags. That's actually the University of Wyoming's logo, I believe. So maybe that's what you were going for, but instead of that, have the buffalo. I don't know if I like the tricolor though. I think I do kind of like the still having the. I think this one would be my favorite. Obviously, this one's the easiest. Just remove the seal, make bison a little bigger. This one, I would actually take this bison if this is more accurate. Throw it on there instead. But yeah, that's pretty cool actually. All right, let's check out Wisconsin here. So we kind of got into Milwaukee. We looked at Milwaukee for a second there, but we didn't really go too far. Look at this. There's all these different states have stuff. So there's Wisconsin. So here's some proposals. These are from different users. So these aren't like official anything. That's kind of interesting. Got the Badger thing going on. For forward. And then it's got like a Hungary vibe going on. I mean, there is a decent Hungarian population, but I don't know if it would merit having that color, those colors. I'm sure there's reasons for the colors behind all these. Got that Badger. And you need to make that a lot simpler. Got the W in there. Alright. And nothing's jumped out as being really good yet. Yeah, and these are probably just different users on here with their... I mean, there's something simple. Kind of stealing, kind of taking this cue from the New Mexican flag. I don't know if that would really fit. Getting a little better. I mean, the Badger's looking weird. A lot of the themes trying to get like a W kind of thing going on for Wisconsin. That looks like just a bad like company or city flag. That, I mean, adding some yellow so it's not just the blue. Still got the problem of a complicated seal, but at least got rid of the words, which are really not necessary. You shouldn't really have words on a flag. That's kind of interesting. There you go. Get some cranberry, some cheese, and the Badger. This is, I mean, here's a good flag that's simple. Kind of got that W motif kind of going. There you go. Really like the Badger, don't we? Weird. There's an amazing amount of flags. This. See what we can see. Got that Seychelles inspired one again. Oh, this kind of evokes a little bit of the Milwaukee flag, a little bit, but simplified. Red Arrow, the Red Arrow Division, 32nd Division during World War II. Wisconsin State flag, if designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, who was from Wisconsin. Oops. I don't know. A little bit better. These are kind of interesting, having kind of some corn. Very interesting. New York's another one. New York, where you got the kind of just have a way too blah kind of flag. This is interesting. This is actually pretty interesting, because the New Jersey flag is also this kind of color, this kind of yellowish, orangish color, and this was actually New York's flag until 1901, and then they're like, let's go with blue. Now I like these. I like the orange and blue. I think the city flag in New York is something got the orange and blue going on. Obviously, being New Amsterdam, you know, Orange, the Prince of Orange, right? William of Orange, all that. Got the Protestant. I'm not sure what flower that is, but it looks like the number of different roses. I mean, you've got the Tudor rose, you got the Plantagenet, or the you know, got the War of the Roses. That's obviously not a British one at all, I would think, but that's an interesting one. Also interesting. Not many flags with orange on it in the U.S. that I can recall. That'd probably be... I mean, this would be great for simplicity as well. That'd be pretty wild. All of these, right? You know, all of these up here are already all of these are better just based on the fact that they're simpler. Wheel. Interesting. There you go. Kind of have some of the building kind of motif there. Statue of Liberty. Always trying to find something that fits, right? Additional flags. Okay, the White Rose of York. Okay, so it is from the War of the Roses because you had the Yorks and the what was the other family? The other side of the family. Why can't I think of it? The Yorks and the... Wow. Yeah. Can't believe I can't, for some reason my brain is frozen on it. Yorks and what was the other side of the War of the Roses? I keep thinking Tudors, but it wasn't the Tudors. Damn. Oh, one down here I wanted to look at. Washington's another one where you have, you know, just got the picture of Washington, which I get. I didn't realize that the DC flag, Washington DC, actually takes its, you know, that design from Washington's family herald, their shield. All right, so proposals. Interesting. Let's go down this way and let's kind of see if we find anything. I mean, something like this would be, I think, an improvement over kind of that complicated engraving. But I think something more like this would even be better. Obviously, anything simpler is better. Okay, so here's a U.S. State Flags competition. Let's see. Wow. I don't know. I maybe that looks like Norfolk Island. I wouldn't say any of these are really great. Granted, if you look at the number of votes, not that many people involved yet. Monthly competition. I didn't see anything that jumped out at me. Okay, so they're alluding to the coat of arms with the 3 stars and kind of the 2 stripes. Unfortunately, they can't, you know, they have to kind of go green or something. They have to use kind of a symbolism to symbolize Washington itself, like the state, versus just the band. Regional flag. Very interesting. Some other states that are badly in need of a new flag. Actually, let's go. I want to look at Milwaukee because Milwaukee's done something. Milwaukee's kind of this unfortunate thing in the sense of there is a great alternate flag, great replacement flag already out there. And I was fearing that Utah had this really good alternate flag and they refused to use it, but it looks like they are using it. 2024, it's gonna be a good time. So there's Milwaukee's flag. Just way too much going on. I mean, it's cool. I mean, you can see the different symbols. I mean, you have a flag on a flag. There's a flag on the flag. I mean, what's going on? What is this flag? Is that the old city flag or something? And if it was, just go back to that. At the worst, you know. Let's see if there's some what alternates are available citywide. Oh, they not have like the alternate flags? Go here and Milwaukee City Egg. There we go. There's the Milwaukee flag. There's the original flag in Milwaukee. Obviously, is using the old seal. The MS Milwaukee ceremony in 1928. Grayscale vision of the winner. So in 1950, kind of something. Here's another contest winner. Oof. But this one, I think, this one's basically become the default flag for it's the people's flag of the city. I mean, you're going to see this waving around more than you'll see the actual city flag. You'll see the actual city flag at City Hall and at city places, but this is the flag you'll see on people's houses, cars, and whatever else. And definitely a winner, I think. What do you got here? My design of Washington State flag is the DC flag, but green instead of red. Yeah, I mean, that would be the kind of like the basic, you know, what some of the options we're doing. Washington State flag. Oh, yeah, you're with that twice. The sun's starting to set. The clouds are starting to get a little bit of a color. We're down to 18, just about 18 tons for fuel. I think that's it, right? Is that how you would say it? 18,000 is just 18 tons. Oh, jeez. I don't know why. Forgive the drone camera for always rolling over like that. Let's like kind of zip around here and. Sun is over in the west now, starting to make its way to the horizon. Should have a beautiful approach into Tahiti, into Papeete, and the French Polynesians. At least that's what I had for the screenshot. We'll see if it looks like that when I actually come in. Yep, both over the ocean. You're over the Atlantic, right? Yeah, that's right. You're going to Paris. Oh. Hope you're able to see the scenery going over the U.S. I always enjoy being able to see the ground with some clouds. I need some clouds because, especially in the simulator, it gives that 3D element. If it's just the ground, it feels kind of empty. If it's just clouds, then you can't see anything except for clouds. So. We're headed to French Polynesia. Let's check out. As we're looking at flags, check out the French Polynesian flag. There's the French Polynesian flag. And here's a redesign, which is absolutely horrible. That's just absolutely horrible. Let's see if we can French Polynesia. Let's see what we got for the future. So we are actually technically flying to. We're still in France, or it's going to be. It's part of France. I don't think it's an overseas collectivity, so it's not. It's the sovereign state of France, but I don't think it's actually within the government. Yeah, I believe they have their own president as well. Oh no, they do have. They have 2 senators and 3 seats within the assembly of the French Parliament. So they are part of the. They do get some representation. Interesting. So there's the flag. Let's see what else we have. There's the seal on the flag. Yeah, so we're headed over here, the Windward Islands, which are the Eastern Islands, and the Leeward over here. I believe this is that might be the international date line. I'm not exactly sure what, or this is just the division between the Windward and Leeward. Never mind. But we're gonna be over here at Tahiti, on the Tahiti area. I'm not sure if we're landing on the island of Tahiti. But this actually helps me out, like all Bora Bora. You hear all these and ever know where things are. Society Island. What else we got in here? Okay, so these are just the different flags of the islands and stuff. Hey, you're just busy. Yeah, after this flight, I'm gonna be headed over to the pediatrician for another checkup, which will be another bill. That reminds you, I need to do that because we have like a $900 bill or $600 bill for when we took baby Elisha to the eye, get his eyes checked. I'm like thinking, it's like, why didn't we just take him to do an eye appointment with my eye doctor? Josephine lands in 6 hours. Yep, after this flight, I will probably kind of wanted to, if I had time, get in do a CRJ flight from Milwaukee to Minneapolis. I'm kind of offline. I'm just doing some SkyWest flights right now, which at some point I might start streaming. But the issue is just finding the time really to be able to do kind of streams of that, especially when we have these longer flights. Speaking of flights, let's see, we got this one. This one's going to be airtime about basically about a 6-hour flight. We did a little bit of time acceleration in there. So I think we shaved an hour off of the total time it's going to take us to do this. But I'm probably going to, well, maybe I'll do some time acceleration here just to shave a little bit more off. Where are we? Just coming up to Taro.
Simri 2.
Turn that up just a little bit. Get up to Taro. Mom in Maine is having a baby, so off to see them. You're in LA right now, so you're gonna be a nice long road trip cross country. Now, it's one of the regrets I have with my trucking is that I never was able to truck over west, really far out west beyond like Texas west. The furthest west I went was probably Texas. And kind of regret that. I wish I was able to go out further. But company I worked for when I was over the road, or same company I still work for, we operate mostly east of the Mississippi, unfortunately. Oh, only Wyoming to Maine. Okay. Not as long. I regret that, but not a big deal. I mean, it's always an option. I can always go back over the road, go somewhere where I can be all over the country, all 48. But right now, kind of the plan, the goal right now is to go into actual flying airline. Do the get up in the skies. But hopefully that happens. Is the goal. Might not end up being the reality, but goal right now. Alright, so we just got the climb and maintain 390. You couldn't hear it called over because we are on 2x speed, so we'll get this climb will happen a little quicker, but get this 51 minutes now for our flight. Weather's kind of disappeared on us a little bit. But I kind of started conversation. I started talking about flights here. We got about a 6-hour flight here. Next flight, which will be actually I have it scheduled for later, but it'll be actually tomorrow. Should be able to get it in tomorrow morning. 4 hours 46 minutes. Real life flight I think took. So looking about just under 5-hour flight from Papeete, Tahiti, Faa'a International Airport in French Polynesia up to or over to Nadi International Airport in Fiji. We'll be on the Airbus A320 for that flight in the Air Callan livery. I'm gonna have to double check that if because I feel like I have a livery for the A330 and I'm not sure if that flight is an A330 or not, if I switched it or if I had it originally an A330 and then I found the proper livery for the A320. So we'll see what it is, but likely be in the Airbus A320 Air Callan livery, which is a cool livery. We'll actually have another 3 flights on that airline a little bit later. We're gonna have quite a few flights coming up where we're gonna be kind of almost doing turnarounds with some of the flights. We're actually gonna be flying just both legs of the same flight. We're gonna have a Fiji Airways will then mean next. We'll have about a 2-hour flight from Fiji to Samoa, and then possibly we'll do that a 20-minute hop, or we'll keep the 20-minute flight and then we have an hour flight, 20 minutes to American Samoa and then an hour to Tonga. Both of those are going to be flying Samoa Airways in the Boeing 737-800. Not a real life flights, or not the real life, I don't think it is, but those, or at least with the Boeing 737, it might be smaller planes that do that in reality, but that's what we're going to fly. We can knock out a few of these that are just not served by real flights in real life, and I just didn't want to bounce back and forth doing a leg, point A to point B and then point B back to point A, just to knock something up. I do that sometimes I throw in a fictional flight to avoid it. We're gonna have a couple Samoa Airways. We'll get on Jetstar. We'll have a couple Air New Zealands, and then back into the Air Callan for 3 flights in a row. Another Fiji Airways into Australia, it looks like. Yeah, because we're actually bounce up to Fiji again. We're gonna bounce into Fiji a few times. We're gonna get very familiar with the Nadi International Airport, I think. We're gonna have a Qantas. We're gonna fly Qantas about 4 times in the 737-800. We're gonna have 3 Virgin Australia flights in the A320. We'll actually get into Air Vanuatu in the Boeing 737-800. A Salman Airlines in the A320. We're going to jump in the ATR 76 again, Fiji Airways, and then we'll be back into the 800. We'll get on Nauru Airlines, which I flew back in X-Plane days, and they've actually, since I flew in X-Plane, they've changed their livery, which is pretty interesting. I think I actually like their old livery more. But we'll be in the Boeing 737-800 for that. Air New Guinea, flying over Papua New Guinea. Maybe that's actually Air New Guinea. I'm just making it more complicated than it has to be. And then we'll actually have a whole chunk of United Airlines flights on top of each other. We're going to be doing 5 United Airlines flights in a row as we're flying around Guam, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, back to Guam, then into the Northern Mariana Islands. Then we'll be flying up to South Korea and Jeju Air. We'll get an Asiana Airlines flight into Japan. We'll actually fly Mayat Mongolian Airlines over to Mongolia. Have a couple Air China flights, and we'll actually get an Air Koryo flight. It'll be a fictional plane for that one because Air Koryo flies, I believe, Russian-made planes, but we'll see. I mean, there is a Russian, like the SU or whatever, is available for free. There is a free version. It uses the A320X base. Comes from the same creators as Headwind, I think, now, but that is a possibility that we could do. And that's about as far as I've now scheduled out my flights, so that's going to probably take us well deep into summer. A few shorter flights coming up, but then we'll have the longer ones, and we're going to be doing a lot of island hopping here in the Pacific. taken a few different routes, different paths than I took when I originally did this back in X-Plane. I started in X-Plane in New Zealand and did this world tour kind of thing, and some of the flights are repeats of what I did in X-Plane, but a lot of them I've actually adjusted to make it a better route, actually hit places that I missed. Let's see, what do we got coming up? So this flight we're headed into French Polynesia. We're going to be then going to Fiji, Samoa, American Samoa, Tonga, Cook Islands, New Zealand, New Caledonia, Wallis and Futuna, Fiji, Australia. We'll have a couple flights in Australia. We're going to fly from Sydney all the way over to Perth, so we're going to have a domestic flight there. Then we're going to go up to Christmas Island, Cocos Islands, then back to Australia, another cross Australia flight to get over to Brisbane, and then we'll fly out to Norfolk Island, back into Australia, then over to Vanuatu. Then we'll have a Fiji. We'll do a short flight across Fiji to get to the airport that then flies us out to Tuvalu. We'll fly back, do that cross Fiji flight again, which should be too long because it's one island. Then we'll fly out to Kiribati, Nauru, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Palau, Guam, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, back to Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, up to South Korea, Japan, Mongolia, China, North Korea, and then from North Korea I'll fly back down into Shanghai is going to be my plan. And I will be disappointed when we're flying over China because China looks terrible, unfortunately, in at least the cities do. Because it's just not photogrammetry, unfortunately. And I'm not spending the money on the Shanghai Times and Beijing Times and those things, but it would be so cool to be able to see. I think we'll fly, depending on where I fly, what route, because one of the air routes over China between Shanghai and like Hong Kong, Shanghai and Hainan, Shanghai and Vietnam, anywhere, it flies right over, it literally flies right along the river where I lived and where we still own our apartment over there. So we'd see planes, I'd see planes going over all the time, and I would tell my wife, like when we came back from Thailand, you know, I was looking out the window and I saw our apartment, I saw our hometown. She's like, oh, how do you know that? I'm like, because I know what our city looks like. You know, I know the roundabout and I know where the bridges are, and you know, it's not like when you're at 35,000 or what. While we were 4 hours out from Shanghai, by plane it's probably what, right? Maybe an hour, half an hour at that point. So I remember taking lots of screenshots of that when I was flying when I think I flew Hong Kong up to Shanghai, or vice versa, or whatever. Ended up flying that route a couple times, and was taking all the pictures as we went over the valley where I lived, and could recognize all the places. It's very interesting looking at it from above because it is such a mountainous region, and so that's like, oh, okay, that's where I rode my bike. I rode my bike up that valley there, and that's where if I had kept going, I would have ended, there is no outlet because it just ends eventually. Some of these roads, you'll go from the main highway that's in the valley with the river, and then you'll just go up this road, and you'll just keep going up through and eventually you'll just end somewhere, a small little village or just at someone's house, and that's it. So then you're doubling back. All right, well, enough rambling about our next flights. Alright, we got our new cruise altitude in there. We should be getting pretty close here. Let's see. 37 minutes out at this point. Sun is definitely going down. Go back to
sim rate 1.
Alright, we're at sim rate 1. We're at real time. Sun descending. Actually, it's actually pretty cool to watch when you have the sim rate turned up, to watch the sun move a lot quicker across the sky. Sun is descending. Since the sun is descending, let's turn up our integrated lighting a little bit. Turn the floods come up. And actually, these lights I didn't turn on the overhead lighting. At least I don't remember doing it. Maybe I just instinctively did because I always do. But I remember turning these on and not really turning anything else on. I just leave it. Oh, legged out on your end? I didn't get anything for dropping any frames, at least. But that's just Twitch, so maybe, yeah, hopefully YouTube didn't crash out or anything. I had -2 viewers at one point. That's very weird. Something went weird there. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything, so it must have just been on your end completely. Which, sorry about that. It sucks, but that's a good thing overall. It means not having issues on my end. Alright, so yeah, we're probably going to end up landing in the dark anyway here. But I was hoping for the landing that we had in that picture on my screenshot. Looked really nice, but I think by the time we get in, it'll be a little bit more, a little darker. Hopefully the airport is properly equipped with lights. I mean, in real life, this flight comes in 9:30, so it should. It is an international airport. Obviously pretty extensive service coming in because it is Tahiti. Popular tourist. Let's go on to, there it is. Okay, so we don't have any standard terminal approach routes. But we do need an approach, and we're going to be doing, it looks like ILS Yankee Runway 4, Tango Alpha Foxtrot transition. Add that to the route. It looks like, yeah, we're coming all the way into the VOR. We'll then come out, double back to a teardrop for our approach. Want to see the arrivals, because the arrivals, I mean, we could technically get like an arrival out here to Aruba. Yeah, get rid of Taft, just go to Aruba, direct to Aruba, and then we got for the flight plan is just going right direct in, and then we'll then transition into the approach. Well, let's check out the approach plate. We have Tahiti Islands within the Society Islands, ILS Yankee Runway 04. We got all of our frequencies right there. We're interested, obviously, in this, the localizer, Papa Tango 109.9. Final approach course 41. So what we'll do is we can start putting some of that in. 109.9, and then our course 41, 041, I mean. Actually, I think it's F. I need to have F. We do also have a VOR 112.9 for Tahiti, the Tahiti VOR. 41 for the course on that as well. Bring the chart back up. Alright. We're going to capture the glide slope at 3,500 feet, 3495 over the rain. I mean, we're capturing it over, well, it's over the airport, but obviously where we're capturing it, we're right over sea level, so ILS is 255. That's our decision altitude. Again, 250 minus out that 5. Missed approach. We climb straight ahead to 9,000 feet, then return to Tango Alpha Foxtrot VOR. Right there, immediately. Climb to 1,000 prior to level acceleration. Kind of weird because once as we're coming in, our missed approach, we're going to be at Tango at Alpha Foxtrot right away, and then you got to get into this hold, but you're going the wrong direction almost. You got to kind of loop back, get in that hold. Doesn't even say to go into the hold. Oh. Transition altitude 9,000 feet. Transition level IATP. Runway elevation is 0 hectopascals. There's the VOR. We're going to be at 9,000 feet at the VOR. We're going to descend to 3,500 by the time we get out here to distance 14. That's obviously after doing the teardrop. You get 3,500. We're going to get in to 10.7 out. Papa Tango. That's when we'll capture the ILS. And on in, see the minimum right there. Got the visual for the go around. Actually, go around's right there. Yeah, you just go out 9,000 and then come back to Tango Alpha Foxtrot. There is no like holding pattern. Again, we have another visual right here. We have the Papeetes for the lights. Straight ahead, 9,000 feet for the go around. Minimum right there. ILS 255. Obviously, if we are only using the localizer, we'd have a higher because our glide slope would be out. Visibility should not be an issue. So 255 we're going to want to put into our performance page. Barometer 255 minimums. Okay, and at this point, yeah, we're going to come in and it's going to be dark. I wanted to get in as we had more of a sunset during the landing, but I guess we got a little bit later than I was planning. You can see the safe altitude is 9,000 feet. Obviously, we do have the terrain over on our, it'll be our left and then it'll be our right on approach over here. Safe altitude is 9,000 unless we are into the approach line. Anything outside 9,000. So we got the minimums in there. Let's go back in and get that our data that's updated. Get a weather request. We want the MEDAR. Don't really need a TAF anymore since we're almost pretty current. ILS Yankee 4, no star. Yep, I'm just doing island to island. Country to country. Sometimes it's island to island, sometimes it's continent to continent. Yeah, you're going to be doing... Yeah, you're going continent to continent to continent. Yep, because you're going to LA, or obviously North America over to Europe, and then Europe down to Africa. So you got some big flights in there. There goes the sun. Sun is gone. Just the sunset, fortunately. A little bummed out that we're going to be coming in the dark. Anyway, be a little bit harder to see. We do have the moon though. That's a good thing. Well, actually not terrible. Not too bad actually. It's just going to take 40 hours. Yeah, it should. Sounds about right.
Hawaii 481, expect Tango
There we go.
Alpha Foxtrot, ILS, Yankee, approach, runway 04, report when ready for descent. Expect Tango Alpha Foxtrot, ILS, Yankee, approach, runway 04, report when ready for descent, Hawaii 481. Hawaii 481.
Right, I always say ready for descent as soon as possible because they sometimes they'll wait until they actually need you to descend. That down a little bit. I'm wondering if there's a difference between the colors of these depending on which version of the Headwind A339 you have, because the one I had before was orange, had the orange lighting for the numbers and everything, just like the A329X. So I'm wondering if that's possibly a way to know if you have the experimental or if you have the which version you have. Because on the A329X, you know by the sticker, by the inoperable sticker that they have over here. But obviously this plane doesn't have that sticker. I think this is going to be the last time we're going to fly the A330 for a while. Well, of course, if you're in Wyoming, you're closer to Yellowstone than Maine. Of course. Without saying a lot. Well, not gonna be a terrible landing. We'll still have the moonlight, but kind of a bummer we won't be able to see the islands too far in advance. All right, we are ready for descent. We have our. Let's get that destination data. That's what we were waiting for. Go to the menu. ATSU AOC received messages, and there's our MEDAR from 413. Print it out. Doesn't really help us when we print it though. I'm also going to get it on my other screen. Alright, so this is from 7 minutes ago. Let's see, what do we got here? Is this from 7 minutes ago? This is actually older. So the MEDAR data we just got from here is actually older than what get online. So we'll put in what I can get on the internet. So we have, our MEDAR is, we got from April 5th, 1600 Zulu. Obviously, remember, this Zulu time is not, basically we're 12 hours and 19 minutes ahead of real life. Or behind, depending on which, behind would be less time, but you know what I mean. So QNH is 1011. And our temperatures here in Tahiti, 26 degrees. You have to remember that it is actually, should be warming up because it's going to be morning there soon. More like 6, more like 6 in the morning versus 6 in the evening. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, it's actually almost 6 o'clock in the evening. Doesn't seem right.
Hawaiian 481, proceed direct Tango Alpha Foxtrot. Proceed direct Tango Alpha.
Alright, let's get our wind in, then we'll go that direct. Alright, 90 at 4 knots for the wind. That's what we were expecting.
Radar contact. Maintain flight level 220.
Oh, we were expecting variable at like 3, I think, so now. Then it was going to be, what, 40 at 10, so we got 90 at 4. Alright, direct to TAF, or Tango Alpha Foxtrot. We are already direct there. Perfect. Haven't gotten a descent yet. Double check our performance page one more time. Let's do it. We got QNH 1011. Temperature 26. Check. Wind 90 at 4 knots. Check. Transition altitude 9,000 feet. Check. Pro speed 143. Check. Barometer minimum 255. Check. Mm-hmm. My calculator is saying our runway is too short unless we dump fuel, which is weird because we took off from a shorter runway and we're landing at a longer one. This calculator is slightly off, I want to say. Which, of course, it is, because we are coming in. I mean, I'm in the wrong calculator.
Descend and maintain flight level 300.
We need to be actually down to 177,000 kilos. I don't think we're going to get down that far unless we dump fuel. I don't think there's a way for us to dump fuel. That I know of, at least. Besides flying around. Which is, of course, one way to dump fuel. Alright, let's seatbelt signs on as we begin our descent. Oh, that was an island. Let's just our iPad. Alright, so we will go over a few islands. One of the reefs, and Tetiaroa Airport. Then we'll have the island of Tahiti Islands. I believe this is Tahiti is the big one. We'll also have Orea just off to our right on our approach. And then our be on our right as we come into the VOR, and then on our left on approach. See how much we can see, of course. Alright, we'll do a little briefing for our landing. We already did the approach. once we land, we're probably going to have a hard time getting off at Hotel. We do have 3 exits right there. Hotels are likeliest shot, but most likely we'll have to do a turnaround right here, double back right up to VOR, and then at that point we'll exit at Hotel. That way we can get off the runway as soon as possible. Maybe actually not, because this is the general aviation room for us. So actually we'll have to double back all the way to Sierra, and actually Golf and Hotel are probably not real options to begin with. Sierra, and then we're going to be going to one of these parkings, South Ramp 0, 1, or 2, Papa 0, 1, or 2 at the terminal. I should get the terminal chart here. Zero, 1, and 2. Alright, due to the mountainous terrain of the island of Tahiti, orthographic phenomena can cause horizontal...
Flight level 210.
Flight level 210, check.
Flight level 210. Hawaiian.
Alright, due to the mountainous terrain, orographic phenomena can cause horizontal and vertical wind shear that could disturb the final approach. Landing and takeoff maneuvers in south wind condition. Do we have south wind, though? We have, 90 degrees, I believe. We're doing right. Yeah, we're getting 90 degree. We'll have a slight crosswind from the right. I mean, it's going to be more of a right quarter wind. We'll call it front quarter wind, coming from right over there as we come in on runway 4. Shouldn't be too much trouble, and it's only 4 knots. Yeah, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. Now, obviously, if we were doing, if we had winds from the south, it'd be a little bit more. That would definitely be also quite more of a crosswind either way. Something we need to be aware of. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the charts about taxi. Taxiway H is available only for MAX aircraft category C at reduced speed and by day only. Taxiway Lima is essentially used to tow heavy aircraft, and ATC clearance is necessary for any other use. We could use Lima. I guess Lima sounds like it's wide enough. Alright, we also have, we should be aware, we'll look right there on that chart again. Right there. Pilots should be aware of a 54-foot obstacle located 1,230 feet from the runway 22 threshold. Runway 22 threshold. 394 feet left of runway center line. If you're going from the, again, they're probably not. It's 394 feet off. It shouldn't be an issue, especially since we're going to be turning around right here, likely. Permitted 2 aircraft with ACN up to 53, A340 and 747 excluded, so we can still turn around there. All these little things that you're looking for on your charts. Taxiway Mike doesn't. Not. Taxiway November is restricted use for aircraft category D and gear width below 30. We're going over here, so we're going to be taking... We're going to be going Sierra, so we're going to double back Sierra right into the south ramp area right here in the terminal. All right. Well, briefing complete. That end. Ending flight level 210. Remember at Tango Alpha Foxtrot, we want to be at 3,000. I think we're going to have a little difficulty getting there. We got 6 minutes. We're descending. We'll be down another 12,000 feet by then. Yep, we'll be there. We'll be fine, actually.
Hawaiian 481, descend and maintain.
We don't really have a
Flight
speed brake.
level 190.
Doesn't work on plane for some reason.
Flight level 190.
Yeah, it always jumps back.
481.
Gonna turn up the brightness a little bit for the sim, or for you guys this watch. Friend recently gifted you a new choker. Okay. Looking at the MEDAR, it's actually telling us we have broken clouds at 26,000 feet. I don't really see anything up there. We just came through 26,000. Nothing. See, I believe those are the islands. Well, that's on our left.
Hawaiian 481, descend and maintain. Flight level 110, contact Tahiti, approach
110, check.
Descend and maintain. Flight level 110.
I haven't seen that little island. Okay, like a little coral should have been right there. Looking off the distance, I'm not sure what those are. Maybe a few other little islands. Right ahead of us, we can see the main island, Tahiti, and then off to the right is going to be the other smaller island.
Continue descent. Flight level 110. Hawaiian 481.
A little bit of light on the island. There you go. There you can see just barely make out that coral. Why I wanted to kind of land in here a little earlier so we could see, but we should be able to see next time when we do our flight out. I believe that flight time, real life flight time for our next flight will be 9:10 in the morning takeoff, so we'll be able to see all these islands on our departure. In any case, we get to see a little bit of civilization. Probably a lot of the tourist resorts or whatever here on the island of Tahiti, French Polynesia. Okay, we got a view of the airport right there. VOR right in there. Actually, right over here. This is the whole thing. I'm guessing that's the whole airport right there. It's hard to see at this altitude. Pretty cool. Doesn't hurt to have that moonlight.
Provide for 81, turn right to heading to the 19er, maintain flight level 110.
Hey,
Turn right to heading 219, maintain flight
helpful
level
as always, we
110,
should be at
Hawaiian
9,000 feet. For
481.
some reason, they're holding us at 11,000 feet, which is
Provide for
frustrating.
81,
There we go.
maintain 3,500, UNH 1011.
Descend and maintain 3,500, Hawaiian 481.
Remember, transition altitude is 9,000 feet for our pressure. Give me 1011. As we cross 10,000, we'll turn on landing lights. We can be seen.
Provide for 81, turn left to heading 203, UNH 1011. Provide for 81, CILS Yankee, approach at 3,500, runway 04, report established on localizer.
Cleared ILS Yankee, approach at 3,500, runway 04, report established on localizer, Hawaiian 481. Turn left to heading 203, Hawaiian 481.
Good ship right there.
Foxtrot Oscar Romeo Vita Sierra, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 110.
Climb and maintain, flight level 110, Foxtrot Oscar Romeo Victor Sierra.
Alright, we're descending really nicely right now. Coming around on the loop. Taking some speed off. We can start deploying our flaps. And get down to our approach speed of 147. We're going full flaps. Go medium auto brake. Alright, approach checklist. Briefing confirmed. ECAM status. Check. Seatbelts on. Barometer set. 1011. 1011. Check. Radio baro. 255 minimums check. Engine mode selected. Normal ignition check. Again. Our island on our left. Go flaps 1. Runway lights coming into view. Flaps 2, speed check. Established on localizer. We have the pink diamonds.
Contact Tahiti Tower 118.1.
Landing lights on.
Tower 118.1. Hawaiian 481. Tahiti Tower Hawaiian 481 on final 04. Hawaiian 481 wind variable at 2 knots. Cleared to land 04. Cleared to land 04. Hawaiian 481.
My screenshot for this stream was basically this, but it's had a little bit more cloud and definitely more orange sunset. But this is just as nice with that moon shining off the wing and the water. Alright, coming up on the glide slope. Speed down to 147 and go full flaps.
Climb and maintain. Flight level 190.
Climb and maintain. Flight level 190. Foxtrot Oscar Romeo Victor Sierra.
Alright, landing checklist. Cabin crew advised. Landing gear down. Ecam memo, landing, no blue, landing gear down, signs on, cabin ready, spoilers, arms, flaps set. Got no blue, we got 3 green. Good on the landing gear. Full flaps. And auto thrust off.
$2,500.
Landing checklist complete.
$1,000.
Well, we're just about to land here. I don't know if Josephine's behind. You'll be able to see it. Okay, here we go. Autopilot off.
500.
Oh, it had a
400.
nice freeze up right there.
100 above. 300. Minimum
Continue.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard.
Hawaiian 481, wind vacated. Contact ground 121.9er.
Cursors.
Wind vacated, contact ground 121.9er. Hawaiian 481.
Manual braking. Auto brakes off.
Foxtrot
Foxtrot Oscar Romeo Victor Sierra. Climb and maintain. Flight level 220.
Beautiful.
Contact
Good landing.
Oceanic Center.
That master switch. NDAPU started.
Climb and maintain. Flight
And we
level
should start seeing the turnaround.
126.7.
Missed it.
Foxtrot Oscar Romeo Victor Sierra.
There it is. They're 4 hours 30 minutes for Josephine to get to Paris. Hopefully enough of the runway here. Turned around. Make it look so easy in real life. Guy kind of cut it tight. The VOR right there lit up in red. Cool. Okay. Go back to Sierra. Right after landing, if I can talk. After landing, checklist, flaps, retracted, spoilers, disarmed, APU start, check, radar off, check. After landing, checklist complete. Going up on hotel. Golf. Okay, next left will be Sierra. Next open up here. And we're going south parking. Oh, south parking. Should load in the marshaller and all that stuff. Gate. Right in front of us is 2. We're gonna be going to 1, which is be off just there, just to the left. That far left, but.
Tahiti ground, Hawaiian 481, runway vacated with Sierra.
Hawaii 481, taxi 2, parking 2, via Sierra.
Ah, they were giving us parking
Taxi
too.
2,
Originally.
parking 2, via Sierra, Hawaiian
Oh, there's
481.
Edie. Hopefully he doesn't get knocked out by us. Close. Out of Papeete will be tomorrow morning. Fly up to Fiji from here. Alright, parking brake set. Alright, let's do the after check. After park checklist. APU bleed on. Check engines. Off. Seatbelt signs will come off once we're ready. External lights as required. We'll turn off the beacon light. Fuel pumps are coming off. Leave that one on for the APU. And parking brake and chocks as required. Let's request deboarding.
Deboarding requested.
Oh, this is good. We actually have stairs here, so we don't have to worry about the whole jetway issue. Engines are coming down. We can turn off the seatbelt signs. Do we have external power? We do. Let's actually get it and get a visual. Yeah, I'm not sure why you're getting lag. I'm not getting any notices of there being issues. If anyone else is watching on YouTube and having the same issues, I haven't gotten anything. That clears up for you. Looking good on Twitch. Yeah, my analytics or the stream health isn't giving me. Usually it'll tell me if there's bad situations going on.
Passenger's bus is coming.
The passenger bus is on its way. We're gonna be able to see all the passengers streaming to the buses. We have what, almost 400 passengers, 397 I believe to be exact. Seatbelts off after our parking checklist complete. Alright, let's do a check of Volanta and see how our flight went. Volanta. Do the flight. A straight shot. Kind of went along the Hawaiian Islands down to the main island of Hawaii. Basically a straight shot all the way into Tahiti with our little teardrop approach. Whoa. Oh. And it just killed my... Yes, what the? Oh, the stream's still going. My graphics card, yeah, my graphics card just spiked and overheated. What the happened? Can't really do anything with my stream here either. Can I? Yeah, but I can't, well, that sucks. Of course, we don't get to see the passengers coming off. Alright, well, let's, I guess we'll wrap this up. Hopefully, stream is still going, it looks like. But, Flight Simulator decided to crash there, and of course, I don't get to see all the passengers come off the plane. So, the first time we would be able to see the passengers come off looking nice, we don't get to see it. But let's go back to the, our, thing here. We got a 230 feet per minute for the landing rate. Flight time, it says real. I like how it has in quotes real or whatever's going on there. I wish it would. Kind of weird because flight time, like, well, which one is it? Because I don't know why it has both these things. Flight time should have been. See, it's gonna be 4 hours 52 minutes. plus another 52, 550. It was about 6. Oh, it should be 552, right? Flight time was 5 hours and 44 minutes. 5 hours, 44 minutes for our flight time today. So... oh man, you lost your flight too. Dang it. Yep. Yeah, just as my graphics card crashed there, it's like it sounded like lightning, but I guess that was probably just the wind. I thought it might have been that. So flight time was 5 hours and 44 minutes. Sim flight time, real time, obviously you can see it's 4 hours 17. So we shaved off having to sit here watching it. About an hour and a half of flight time was shaved off watching it. All right, let's pull up the world tour map. I can't believe that crashed. I haven't had that happen in a while. It just decided to spike on us and... Alright, so that away and look at the world tour map. Yes, no. Do my buttons not work properly? Okay, there's the world tour map. Like I don't have things set up properly. But there it is. There's the world tour map everywhere we have been so far, and we'll zoom in nice and close there. French Polynesia. There it is, all in red. Next flight we'll be flying to Fiji, and I believe Fiji is going to be all the way on the other side of our maps. Somewhere in here, I think. Right there's Fiji. Oh, that's Wallace and Fiji. Where's Fiji? There's Fiji. Oh, Fiji's much bigger island right there. And we'll be running into Fiji a few times throughout this world tour when we're over the Pacific, bouncing in there. It'll be kind of one of our hubs, I guess, in a way. All right, well, as you can see, we don't get to see the passengers get off. Not much to see here because Flight Simulator decided to go the way of the dodo bird. But as I said, next flight will be over to Fiji, flying Air Calin in the Airbus A320. That is the current plan. I'll have to double check if that flight's in the A330 or not, but I believe it's in the A320s. We'll be using the fly-by-wire, and everything should work pretty good for that. That will be tomorrow morning, between 6 and 7 o'clock start, like this morning. Josephine is going from Paris to... I'm not sure. I've flown to these airports, but I can't remember which ones they are. But she's going to be flying down to Africa, so that sounds like fun. Unfortunately, dropped her flight, also crashed on her. Luckily, our flight crashed once we were at the gate and about to deboard. So it kind of takes away the visuals, but otherwise, not the end of the world. All right, so hopefully... Oh. Not a bad flight. A decent landing, firm landing. Negative 230 is about as a firm landing. But it's a bigger plane too. So thanks for coming along. As I said, next flight will be to Fiji. Should be tomorrow morning between 6 and 7 o'clock. So around the same time started this stream today. It was about, I want to say, looking at it about 5 hours ago now. 5.5 hours. So yeah, figure out what 5.5 hours for you was. And that's about when I'll be starting the stream. Just keep an eye on YouTube or Twitch for the notification. Be flying over to Fiji. Should be about a 5-hour flight, somewhere in there. Might use some time acceleration again to make that a little shorter for us stream-wise. Might pop on later and do a short flight, a CRJ flight. Might. Keep an eye out if a notification goes on that I'm live, but I would like to fly some of those SkyWest flights with you guys watching. But if it's not possible to, if it's a little bit too much hassle, sometimes it's just easier to just do an offline flight and not have to worry about all the other stuff on the side. All right, so thanks for coming along. Hope you having a good day. You're having a good night. Like I said, my brain is just completely fogging up here. Thanks for coming along, and I will see you tomorrow morning.